On 1516. How copy? Over. Harrison, hard side, 11175, how copy, over? Hard side, on 8992, over. Harrison, hard side. I have you, Lima Charlie. Request to exit the net at this time. Over. Harrison, hard side. I authenticate Alpha Bravo Charlie with QX. If correct, I request you authenticate Alpha Lima Tango. I say again, Alpha Lima Tango. Over. Harrison. This is Parkside. Copy. I have myself checking out the net at 1919 Zulu. No further assistance needed at this moment. Thank you for your help. Over.
Alarm. Metula.
All stations, this is Harrison. Break. Call. 5, 6, Lima, 3, Victor. Standby. Call. 5, 6, Lima, 3, Victor. Standby. Call. 5, 6, Lima, 3, Victor. Standby. Message of 60 characters follows. Call. 5, 6, Lima, 3, Victor. Tango. Echo. Delta. Hotel. Tango. Alpha. Echo. Yankee. India. Lima. Romeo. Bravo. Oscar. November. Lima. Romeo. Bravo. Sierra. November. Lima. Romeo. Bravo. Echo. Victor. Lima. Charlie. Zulu. Alpha. Echo. Uniform. Lima. Tango. Lima. Zulu. Delta. Romeo. 4. Bravo. Victor. Lima. Alpha. Sierra. Alpha. Echo. Uniform. Lima. Tango. Lima. Zulu. Delta. Romeo. 4. Quebec. I say again. Papa. 5, 6, Lima, 3, Victor. Tango. Echo. Delta. Hotel. Tango. Alpha. Echo. Yankee. India. Lima. Romeo. Bravo. Oscar. November. Lima. Romeo. Bravo. Sierra. November. Lima. Romeo. Bravo. Echo. Victor. Lima. Charlie. Zulu. Alpha. Echo. Uniform. Lima. Tango. Lima. Zulu. Delta. Romeo. 4. Bravo. Victor. Lima. Alpha. Sierra. Alpha. Echo. Uniform. Lima. Tango. Lima. Zulu. Delta. Romeo. 4. Quebec. This is complete. Message of 60 characters. This is Harrison. Out. Bravo, Papa, Romeo, Golf, Yankee, Victor, Charlie, Tango, Alpha, November, 6, Oscar, Charlie, 2, Uniform, Lima, 5, Bravo, Papa, 7, Uniform, Yankee, 3, Sierra, Zulu, Yankee, Uniform, 7, 4, I say again, Papa, 5, Alpha, Whiskey, November, Hotel, Bravo, Papa, Romeo, Golf, Yankee, Victor, Charlie, Tango, Alpha, November, 6, Oscar, Charlie, 2, Uniform, Lima, 5, Bravo, Papa, 7, Uniform, Yankee, 3, Sierra, Zulu, Yankee, Uniform, 7, 4. This completes message of 35. This is
Hostile aircraft intrusion.
Merom Golan.
Israeli society works as a hive mind to support a government narrative. Only until recently they started going against the government narrative because they finally understand what the world is seeing about the whole hostage situation. But still, a vast majority of Israeli society is hell bent on the fact that they're just better than other people. That's the narrative that the government wants to portray, but it doesn't lead them safer in any other means or capacity. So right now, at least right now, I want to see, and I believe there is, a huge turning point in Israeli society and how they function and how they think about other people and how they bomb other nations. It's not going to lead them safer. So yes, the Jewish mother that cries over her children, of course I feel bad, um, as well as any other life that's taken. But there has to be a point where they change the culture from the inside out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I completely agree with that. They have a supremacy feel. I'm at that stage now where I was talking to somebody about this today that I actually think there isn't going to be Israel as we know it. The economy's gone. They're literally living in their bunkers every single day. And I couldn't be happier, to be honest with you, if that happened. Because I think it's about time. If it's irreversible damage to Israel's economy and Israel, I would be happy. Because if you're not going to change your thinking, if you're not going to at the very least, hold your government accountable as a collective, which they're not doing as a collective. I know there are people protesting against Netanyahu, but they're protesting against Netanyahu. They're not protesting against Israel, its kind of ideology. And I have a problem with that, so I agree with you. Let me go to Brother Zia. Brother Zia, thanks for joining.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you for the non-Zionist space, because I'm really sick of listening to them. But I just want to add to what you said, Casey and Hartruth, and the gentleman that was with us. So we don't hate. We get even and then move on. We will not allow them to deprive us of our humanity. So I agree with you here of what you said, Khaleesi. But I also wanted to talk about, I think the gentleman Hassan that left, he mentioned that about, their capabilities and what they can do. And, my question is, more powerful forces have invaded Iraq, and we've seen that. And Iraq still exists. Yes, we lost 1.5 million Iraqis, and we mourn that loss, unnecessary loss. But Iraq still exists, and Iraq will stand up again. If they want to do the same thing with Iran, no problem. And the same thing is going to happen. But then, no one can blame us for really eradicating them. Now, and this is why we keep saying in spaces, wake up, Zionists, wake up, and, things are not looking good for you. We can say if they cannot see it, they're blind. And the example that I always give is in 1982, the buffer zone, the security buffer zone of quote unquote Israel extended all the way to Beirut. Now it's what? It's 10, 15 kilometers in northern Palestine. So who's losing? So, these people are not seeing the picture. And with that, they're being cornered. They know deep down inside that they're losing. In the long run, they are losing. This explains the heinous crimes that we're seeing, this genocide, because they're losing. They know they're losing. Thank you.
Yeah, they are losing, and I'm glad they're losing, Brother Ziad. You know what? I'm at that stage now where I'm so angry, right? At the situation we're in, where I think about us collectively. And when I say us collectively, I always think of it, and I know Suleiman does, as an ummah. right? Which is the way it's supposed to be, which is a collective, like all Muslims feel the pain of each other. But unfortunately, in a lot of these countries, right, where we're speaking out for them, when it comes to the reverse, they won't speak out because they all have supremacy. They all think they're better. And I think they need to fix up, especially when they're being attacked by Israel. There is no better. Be grateful for all you have. The amount of rubbish I listen to them on Spaces, and people send me clips of them saying, oh, you know what? Thank you for the activists, foreign activists who have helped us out so far, but we are Palestinian, thank you very much. We'll take it from here. It's our cause. I mean, how can you even say that? You want to stay in your little bubble and deal with it on that level, fine. You'll have no protests across America. You'll have nobody speaking out from the UK. You'll have nobody holding their governments to account. And then what? Where do you think the United Nations is based? Where's the ICJ based? Where's the ICC based? Like, how moronic do you have to be to have that level of arrogance and supremacy? And I hear this all the time, Brother Ziad. And I've had it. I'm like, do you know what? Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, look, this is how I look at it. Quote unquote Israel had worked for 70 years, 80 years to belittle the Palestinian plight from being, for instance, a humanity level plight, down to Muslim, down to Arab, down to Palestinian, down to Gazans. And this idiot, Netanyahu, overnight, he turned it into back all the way to a humanity level plight. And when I hear these voices that says, you know, this is...
temperature 1-3.
It's so stupid. They're bringing us back to the, you know, belittling our plight. You understand? So this is so stupid. No, you know, this is a humanity fight, and then I've said it so many times. Gaza is the tip of the spear, but the shaft is humanity. This is and it's pointed towards the heart of Zionism, not Judaism, Zionism. Thank you.
I totally agree with you, Brother Ziad. You know what it is? It gets me so angry because the same voices that say this, we're Lebanese, therefore now it's happening to Lebanon, we should be allowed on every platform. It doesn't matter that we've trolled you, it doesn't matter what we've done to you, but because of who we are, you have no right to block us, you have no right to respond to us, you should allow us on your platform. It's like you don't even live there, get the hell out of here, you freaking live in America or somewhere else. And then I ask these people, right, I ask myself, these same people who are spouting this rubbish, what have they done for their cause? If they want to call it their cause and not humanitarian cause. I tell you what they've done. They've sat on Jerry Springer Spaces every morning, co-hosting with frigging Zionists and talking trash all day about food and what's the best chat-up lines and, you know, all of this nonsense. You know it goes on, Brother Ziad, as much as I do. These people, this is what they do. And I'm so fed up of them, literally. I'm about to have a space and name and shame them all. That's how angry I am right now. Like, what have you done for your freaking cause? You want to own it? So what have you done for it? Tell me.
They have mental borders. This is what they have. The borders live in their head.
I think one of the consistent points we made right from the beginning was that we believe in humanity, right? And for us, it's a humanitarian cause, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. And I think that's why there's been a huge number of people who gravitated towards us. We are going to stick up for the psychology. It's about race. So it's not about choosing Arab supremacy over Israeli supremacy or Muslim supremacy over Jewish supremacy. So if that's what you're about, then you're obviously not going to show wavelength as us. And I think a lot of people got exposed when the riots happened, where a lot of them were like, oh, they're not Arab, so we're not going to speak about it. So this is where we differ. This is where our movement differs. This is where our space is different. Because we believe in equality, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. If anybody in the world has been on your side, we will be on your side. This is why I always said to the Jewish Zionists that, look, if you want your own land, no problem. You can have your own land. I have no issue with you having your own land.
I'm always for equality and fairness and justice for everyone, not just for one group of people. So, like, I see a lot of people like I do defend Jews because I don't think it's a Jewish problem. Like to blanket blame one group of people, I think you're just feeding into the division and the hatred, and you're not helping it. I don't agree. I completely agree with what you just said, Suleiman. I don't think Jews are over Muslims, or Muslims are over Jews, or whatever the background is. No one's above anyone. I just see everyone as equal. I don't see colour. I see your character, and if you're a good person, you're a good person. I don't care where you come from. That's just how I judge people. And I do defend Jews quite a lot because I don't want to be. It's become kind of popular just to stereotype and scapegoat all Jewish people, and I think it's wrong. I do think it's wrong. There's plenty of evidence of good Jewish Orthodox Jews that are strongly and staunchly against what Israel's doing, and to have their name dragged into this, I think it's wrong. And I do see it on my timeline frequently, and I do try to pull people up on it, and I try to correct people. I'm not saying I'm I'm the police or anything on Twitter, but I try to steer people the right way. And if your views are let's blame all the Jews, your views do not align with mine whatsoever, and you're very welcome to unfollow me because I do not promote that, nor will I defend, nor will I be party to that. I think we all have to be on the same page and unite together. As we all know, plenty of Palestinian Jews lived in Palestine before all this nonsense started happening. So to blame all Jews, in my opinion, is wrong, and I'm very strong on that opinion. Now, just to go back to the Iraq point, obviously, Suleiman and Khalisa, and most of you that know me, I was in the military for 10 years. For those that don't know me, I did 2 tours of Iraq, 1 tour of Afghanistan. Now, where I agree with Khalisi, when I joined the army at 18, I was 18 years old. You don't know the world at 18-year-old. You just don't. 18, 19, 20, 21. You do not know the world. You don't know how the world works. You don't have the maturity to understand the nuances of life, right? You just don't. Now, I wasn't very much going. I went into the army willingly. I was going down the wrong path. I'm not going to go into it, but I was getting in trouble with the police, what have you. I was getting a bit bullied, and I felt that the army was the right thing for me. And I want to serve my country. Now, where the sort of Israeli military and the British military diverge is that when we was in the army, we were taught values like respect for others, loyalty, integrity. There were different creeds, colours, religions in the British Army. There was Gurkhas, there was Muslims, there was Sikhs, there was there was all types of people. There was I forget what they're called now. Fijians. There was all types of people in the British Army. So we were taught loyalty, respect for others, integrity, honesty, compassion. We were taught these values, right? That you treat everyone equal. We weren't taught that Christians are above Jews. Or we weren't taught that mantra. That wasn't in our sort of teachings from our sergeants, platoon sergeants, platoon commanders, our officers. They weren't teaching us that way, right? Now, where I'm going to be honest, I've used the word liquidation before. I'm going to be honest. I know you don't agree with that, Khaleesi, and I completely respect that, and I get where you're coming from. And when I've been watching what's been going on in Palestine, it's very difficult to hold on to your humanity. I'm saying that, I'm being honest about it. It's very difficult to hold on to it when I've seen what I've seen over the last year. It's very hard to not want to see them people spill blood because of what they've done to the Palestinians. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I've seen so many children being absolutely mutilated, heads missing, skull like this. We've all seen the scenes, right? So it's very hard to hold on to your humanity and not want to see that from the other side, from a place of vengeance. It's hard. So I understand Hassan's point of view, but where I think Hassan is wrong, and I've made it very I've been very honest from the day one. I did go to Iraq. Most of the British soldiers in Iraq, and again, not all of them, and the ones that were wrong and dishonourable, they're in prison where they belong, and I've got no sympathy for them whatsoever. They're right where they deserve to be. But most soldiers did follow the rules of engagement and did carried out their jobs to the letter of the law. Again, I agree with Khalisa, because of George Bush and Tony Blair, they're the people that should be behind bars. I was an 18-year-old impressionable kid, would join the army, and I did follow my orders, and I did my job, in my opinion, honourably. But the point is, we should never have been there full stop because of what happened. We all know it was all a complete lie, and I've apologised to the Iraqi people on many occasions because I do think I owe them an apology because I should never have been there, and I'm ashamed of being there now as I'm 41-year-old now. But where the difference is I've seen too many Israeli commanders and their hierarchy speaking rhetoric that is just genocidal, right? It's just genocidal. I see their sort of I would have put it like that, the late 20s to early 30s soldiers, right, saying the most disgusting things like and abusing Palestinians. Now, I'll be honest, I've not seen much footage of young 18, 19, 20-year-olds on my timeline. The most of the footage that I personally see, and I'd like to hear what other people think of this, it's the late 20s, early 30s for sort of soldiers, like that sort of category. It's the sergeants, it's the platoon commanders, it's the older end. And the behaviour that I've observed from them is not that of an honourable soldier. It's just not. And again, when you look at the government officials, the Yogi Gavants, Ben Gavirs, the Netanyahu, we've all seen the way they speak about Palestinians. It's not that of an honourable person that's trying to fight for a right and justice cause. What they're doing is from a supremacist mindset. So when I'm comparing the way Israel behaves to the way the British Army behaved, not all British Army, because as I said, there were some wrong ones and they're in prison and the way they are deserve to be where they are, and that's on them. But largely speaking, British soldiers followed the rules of engagement. We didn't abuse children. We didn't. Yeah, can you imagine if someone asked? Listen, I'll tell you right now. If my commander asked me to arrest a 5-year-old child, I would have told him to fuck right off, straight up. Sorry for swearing, please, sir. Do apologise. It's the only one. But if I'd have been asked to arrest a 5-year-old, I would have told him to piss off. No, I'm not doing that, because we don't forget about what's right and wrong. Just because I'm a soldier doesn't mean I forget my morals and my ethics and what's right and wrong. There's no justification for me as a either 18, 19, 20-year-old to arrest a 5-year-old child. And at night, and if my commander, whether we're a platoon sergeant or a platoon commander or a section commander, had said to me, "Oh, Private Roberts, go and arrest that 5-year-old," I would have said, no, I'm not doing that. Why am I arresting a 5-year-old kid? He's got nothing to do with this. But yet, when I compare that, Hercules, to like what I see in occupied Palestine, I see them manhandling, abusing, arresting little children all the time. So I understand Hassan's point of view in terms of I get where he's coming from, like where he wants to see them their downfall and their pain, and he gets a dopamine rush when you know an Israeli soldier meets his maker. So I understand that, but I also understand there are parents that have sent their 18-year-old daughter or son to join the IDF, but again, where I struggle to have sympathy again, I'm just being honest, and you might disagree with me, Khaleesi, but where I struggle to have sympathy is I've seen footage of them teaching their children in schools to hate Palestinians. Like, I've seen it with my own two eyes, I've heard it. They're teaching Palestinians to hate, they're teaching Israeli school kids that are like 7, 8, 9-year-old to hate Palestinians. Now, that's not the children's fault. Obviously, it's not their fault because they're just children. They don't know any different, right? I hold their parents responsible. I hold the state responsible. I don't think it's right that me as an adult to hold a child responsible. It's not right. And this is where I say the state needs to be totally and utterly dismantled. And like, this is going to take generations to fix that state. Or like, it's not nice to see children, because as we all know, Khaleesi, children are very impressionable. And children are like sponges and they absorb information. If their teachers or their social environments and social circles or their parents, uncles, aunties, whatever have you, are teaching them to hate Palestinians, that's what they're going to do. Because no baby is born into this world with hatred in the heart. We're not born with hate. It's something that is taught, learned behaviour from the people that are supposed to be our guardians, that are supposed to guide us, right? So I think we have to. It's a more nuanced conversation than just. I don't think it's black and white. I do think there's a grey area to discuss, and I think the 18-year-olds that have been sort of conscripted into the IDF, I think it's wrong, because you're leading them down the garden path, and they don't know any different. They don't know any better. And I personally, I hold the platoon sergeants, the platoon commanders, the company commanders, the colonels, the brigadiers. They're the people that I'm looking at. Like, you're the people that are responsible. Because 18-year-old kids, speaking from experience, we do not know any different. And we've all been 18 once, right? We've all been 18, 17, 19. We've all been that age. And you think you know the world, but when you get to like our age now, Khaleesi, not trying to be disrespectful towards you, I don't know how old you are, but like, I'm 41. I realise now when I got to my late 30s and now 41, I didn't know anything at 18. You don't know anything. You just don't. You're wet behind the ears, and you're very impressionable, and you follow people because you don't know any different, and it's as simple as that. So I do think we have to take that into consideration. So I don't hold the 18, 19-year-olds responsible. They're not responsible. They're barely men. They're barely men. I look at the people that are late 20s, early 30s, that do have rank, that do have experience, that should know better, that are leading these children, not children, but are leading these young men and young women down the garden path. So I've rambled on quite a lot there, but I hope I made sense to people what I'm trying to articulate to everyone.
Yeah, look, Johnny, I agree with you to a certain extent, but I think there is complexities to it, right? So the first thing is, if you're going into the army, irrespective of your decision, obviously, and you get hurt or injured or die, like, it is your fault, irrespective of age. But the complexity of what comes with Israel is they force people to be part of the army. If they don't, they go to jail. So there's that a little bit of complexity to it. The second thing is, like, you can believe that someone deserves to die, but then still feel bad for him. So, like, for example, now, a lot of these people who were supporting lockdowns, supporting money to these foreign nations, I believe that they deserve it for being poor now, living outside card boxes, but I still feel sorry for him. I, like, feel bad for him. So there's that aspect, like, where, and then there's the other aspect that you feel like someone deserves it, but then you're not that you feel sorry for them, but you just don't relish in their misery, or you don't get happy that they're basically dying. So there's that other aspect to it as well. So I think there's like a multitude of aspects to it. It's not as simple as just like hating everyone or basically wanting your opponent to die. Obviously, there are people who just want people to die, of course.
Do you know what it is, Suleiman? Do you remember that there was some footage not so long ago, Suleiman? I don't know if you've seen it yourself. There was footage, I think it was about 3-4 months ago. This one particular IDF soldier posted a video on TikTok bragging about how he's killed babies. I don't know if you've seen it, Suleiman. Did you see it? Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I posted about it.
Yeah, so like when I see that, obviously that's repulsive, and I pray for his downfall, because you should be you don't deserve, in my opinion, you don't deserve the oxygen you breathe. And it came out, I think it was literally this week. I think it was this week, or it might have been last week.
Yeah, it was.
He went into Lebanon, I believe, and he's dead. I'm happy about that, and I've got no problems. You got what you deserve, because if you think it's okay to go around killing babies, you do not deserve to share the same air that I breathe. And I don't think I'm being controversial or disrespectful or wrong for saying that. Do you get where I'm coming from, Suleiman?
I see where you're coming from. For sure.
I'm not saying you have to agree, Suleiman, but I'm just like I'm not.
I agree. I see where you're coming from. And to be honest, if you base it on like divine karma, divine intervention, it makes sense that you basically wanted to murder kids and then you end up dying. It's like it makes sense.
Yeah, because like, and this is the thing, Suleiman, like again, a lot. So we can only go off evidence. Suleiman, agreed? Yeah, do you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So the evidence that we've seen thus far for this last year alone, and you've probably for a lot longer, Suleiman, Khaleesi, because you've been doing this a lot longer than me, right? But the evidence that I can only go off the evidence that I've seen. The evidence that I've seen more than any human being should see, of children, Palestinian children being mutilated, right? I've seen children literally being starved to death. I've then seen a TikTok trend of them taking the piss out of Palestinians because they've had no electricity, no water, right? All this, right, paints a picture in your mind, Suleiman. You get where I'm going with this?
I agree with you, but you know what it is? What happens is, and this is my view, okay, this is my, like, from a spirituality perspective, like, the true test of a man or a true test of humanity is that when you see evil, and in the face of evil, and in order to stop evil, you don't become evil yourself. And this becomes a very hard line for many of us to not fall into. When we see the evils of the Israeli army, we see the evils of the way they celebrate their evil actions and they glorify them. It does basically put man in a situation where he thinks, look, if I want this person dead, all I do is want this evil man dead. But then what happens is, in order for the attempt for what you think is utopian goodness or a goodness at an end result, you end up doing some form of evil action or some form of wrong action. So for that, there's always that balance. So, like, for example, that soldier that you said, if it was me personally, like, when I think about it, I think, look, he was evil. So when I wrote that tweet, I actually thought about it, like, am I going to celebrate it? And I thought, look, I ain't going to celebrate it, but I'm just going to write it down as information saying he did this and this is what happened, because I do believe in divine intervention. I do believe in karmic retribution and so on and so forth. So there was that aspect to it, but I kind of made sure that I didn't cross the line of being like, haha, you're dead. But I understand people's feelings when they did. It's just that there's just certain lines that I just
No, it's Suleiman.
yeah.
Like listening to your reasoning, your logic, right? Because I do like to. I'm not arrogant. I'm actually a very humble person, I'm not like rigid in my position. Yeah, like if I listen to other people's sort of opinions and it makes sense, I'm flexible, right? And I think like listening to what you're saying, like you don't want to become the thing that you hate, right? So you don't want to like become evil. You know, be dragged down to that level, right? Do you get what I'm saying? So if it, yeah, this is what we have to have like as individuals, we have to have moments in our life where we self-reflect and we look at our own behaviour and we look at the way with our own perceptions of stuff. And I'm being open and honest about it. I've said that I've used the word liquidate before, and I've celebrated their deaths. And on hindsight, I probably shouldn't be doing that because am I being any better than them at that point if I'm taking joy out of somebody else being killed? Even though I think you can make a reasonable argument for that position, we don't want to we don't want to become the thing that we don't want to become them, because they're the people that are taking joy out of seeing people being killed. So am I any better than them if I'm taking joy out of someone else losing their life? Even though I think it might be right because of what they've done, and it might be seen as justice, but to celebrate it. No, I'm not going to tell Palestinians or the Lebanese or the Syrians how to feel. I'm not going to do that. I'm in no position to talk down to anyone or to say what they should do. They have their own feelings and their opinions, and they're right to them. But I do think that I'm glad we had this conversation. I do think we have to try and not lose our humanity and remember that we don't want to become the people that we're fighting against. And I think that's I'm glad I came on to speak about this because I think I needed that personally. But I'll put the mic down. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, that's the aim. Like, we don't. This is something we all battle with. We don't want to become the very thing that we're fighting against. If you look at every single story, if you look at every single tale of the past, if you look at many of the writers, the philosophers, the theologians, the spiritual, people from spirituality within Islam, you've got like the Sufi scholars, and they explain the story, and they'll always explain it in parables. The evil man became evil because he thought he was doing good, and in his mind he thought, I'm gonna stop that other evil and it's gonna end up in a result in good, and therefore I don't mind doing this evil, I don't mind killing this person, I don't mind committing this massacre. This is literally what the Israelis are thinking. They're thinking, we're gonna genocide because the end result's gonna be, in their mind, I'm sure this is how they're trying to rationalize it, we'll genocide these entire people, and in the end there'll be peace and prosperity, even though we know it won't. So they've rationalized the evil. And actually, most evil people don't actually do evil thinking they're doing evil. They think that there's either good now or there's going to be final result of good. So this is what makes us better. We don't believe in that. We don't, and this is why we said, isn't it? Like we've got their supremacy, the Jewish supremacy, and then if you've got Arab supremacy or some kind of nationalistic supremacy from these people who are basically only against Israelis for that reason, then of course we don't agree with them in that regard. For us, it's merely because of humanitarian morality and because it's we're against oppression. Khaleesi, you're going to jump in?
That's right, Sulaiman.
Yeah,
But remember, they don't.
I was
think
just going to
of us
jump
as
in
people.
to say, sorry, shall I?
No, go ahead. I just wanted to say they don't look at us as
Alarm.
people.
Kfar Gil
If
Adi.
you remember what
Metula.
Ahmad said at the beginning, animals, what Netanyahu said, insects, they all look at us as less subhuman. You know, so if you convince your population that the atrocities you're committing against these people, they're not people, then they won't really feel anything.
Yeah, I get that, Nadeem, and I just want to kind of tie this up to take it back to what Johnny said. They don't feel anything, but if we stop feeling as well, then there's no difference between us. Now, Johnny, the whole point is, right, like Suleiman and I wouldn't dream of telling people, we have seen such horrific terrorism from Israel. Like the images that have come out of Gaza, like it is beyond, we're watching a genocide on live stream and nobody's doing anything about it. And I wake up every day and I think, like today, I'll give you an example. When Suleiman was on that other space and they were giving the figures out as to how many people died in Lebanon with just one strike. And they said 19 people died, right? And I was driving and I just thought, that's 19 lives. 19 lives lost. And we're just like, and I was thinking, and it really hit me in the stomach because I thought, like, I wonder how many people are still feeling that, or if they've just become numbers now for people after a year. But that's 19 lives, like people like me who have been killed in one clean sweep. I don't know what their ideology was. I don't know. Maybe some of them might have been pro-Israel. I don't know who they were. But I feel the loss because that's 19 lives. Because of what? Because of one man's lust to stay in power? So, look, if somebody from Gaza came up on our space and said, I want the destruction, I want this, I want that, we wouldn't dream of telling them how they should actually view this because this is happening to them. The whole point with me and Hassan was telling me how I should feel about it and how I was incorrect in what I thought. And I think that's bang out of order because I wouldn't dare, what we have seen over the last year, I think everyone is entitled to process it the way that they want to, right? And so that's why we don't police what people write. We're all on the side of humanity. We're all on the side of good. Some people feel angry. Some people, express it in a different way to what I would or Suleiman would. And look, people always say, oh, well, what's your solution to Palestine? And I say, look, it's up to the Palestinians to decide what the solution would be, because it's their land. I personally, as an outsider, always thought, right, a one-state solution is the only thing that would work, because it's their land and they should have equal rights. But now, after the last year, how could anybody from Gaza want to live next to someone from Israel who's done that to them for 12 months? It's impossible. So I'm an outsider. Do you know what I mean? Viewing it from the outside, but I just think we have to keep that alive in us, and we have to.
Basically, I feel like, obviously, first of all, we're all on individual journeys here, right? Some have been like longer than others. I've been like 12 months. I know other people have been like way longer than me, like you, Khaleesi and Suleiman. Then we have to factor in we've all got different personalities. Some people are more vengeful, some people have got more empathetic, some people have got more human. Like, we're all different people, right? Some people have got a blood connection to Palestine. Some people, have family there, they might have friends there. Some people don't. I don't have anybody there. I'm just coming at it from a humanity standpoint, and even an economic standpoint from a British standpoint, because obviously we're sending lots of money. So it is a nuanced conversation, and I completely agree with Khaleesi. I've got no right, for example, to tell you how to feel about your feelings, because you are not me and I'm not you. And I feel like if anyone's dictating to other people how they should feel, I completely agree with Khaleesi. That's just wrong. You can't tell anybody how to feel. Equally, nobody can tell you how to feel neither. Like, we're all on our own journey, and we have our own personal thresholds, personal feelings. And yeah, there's not wrong with having a difference of opinion, but we have to also have mutual respect. And if you feel a certain type of way, Khaleesi, about a certain type of situation or scenario, who the hell am I or anybody else to tell you how to feel about that? I'm not you. I'm not in your head. I don't have your personality. I don't have your mannerisms. I don't have anything about you. So I completely agree with Khaleesi on that.
You know what it is? I think one thing that we all agree on is, or I'd like to think we all agree on, but we know who the good guys are in this, right? And we know who the bad guys are. But it's just, let's view life as life, that's it. But Nadeem, did you want to wrap up and then we can go to Casey? Did you want to, because you had your hand up before?
Yes, thank you, Khaleesi. I absolutely agree. You cannot lose your humanity at the same time. You don't want to go fighting the monsters, so to speak, only to become a monster yourself, if I was to simplify it. But at the same time, there is only one solution. Those which are not, capable of coexisting, those who want to continue with the mindset that we are the chosen people, that's fine. Go be the chosen people somewhere else, because that's not going to work. You cannot come into a region full of Arabs and choose you want to be racist. You'll never be happy. That's why even if they were to stay and nobody fought back at all, and we all just submit to their will in the Middle East, they'll never be happy. They're surrounded by Arabs. It's like a KKK member going to somewhere in Africa and being surrounded by black people. It's not going to work. Those two ideologies cannot mix. You cannot say we are the chosen people and then in the same sentence say we want to coexist. It defies logic.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, Nadeem. Casey, Thank you for coming and breaking up the testosterone on this panel. Go ahead, jump in. So good to
Thanks.
have a chick. So good to have a chick on the panel. Go ahead, Casey.
Hey, hello everybody. Hey guys, hey Suleiman Khaleesi, Brother Public, Johnny, and everybody on the panel, Brother Ziad, everybody. Yeah, it's been a few days. I'm happy to be back with the squad, with the family, for sure. And yes, I'm glad that y'all are having this discussion because I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm definitely not Palestinian. I'm not gonna tell a Palestinian how to feel or anything like that. But I know that I'm having a hard time, like staying, I don't know if it's diplomatic. Obviously, I'm not a monster. I don't wish like horrible, torturous things on people. But my patience is like low. Like I feel like I have less tolerance. There are times where I hear people making these weird explanations and I'm like, stop talking. Like it's been a year. It's been more than a year, right? But like it's been a solid year. And then now y'all are ramping up everywhere else. There's nothing, I mean, for me, I'm just, again, I pray on this really hard because I don't want to be happy about certain things like, soldiers, so-called soldiers dying or whatever like that. And I haven't yet, but it's like, it's just, I don't know. I do struggle with it. I am struggling with it a little bit more. I know I am. And like you said, after all this time, but nobody could blame a Palestinian for not wanting to live next to these people who made so many excuses, or like even if they're not in the army, I'm not saying it's all of them, whatever, but it's enough to know that like there was people protesting to get the rapists out of the jails. I mean, what kind of life is this world is like this mindset? And then obviously, it can't go on like this, but I look at these people and I'm like, so wait a minute. A lot of these people end up coming back to America and then what? Like, I'm not saying they need to stay there either. I want to be very clear. But yeah, I am wary of the society that's been cultivated over there for years, not being told that they're wrong, and in fact being told that they need to do whatever it takes for their existence, even if that includes killing babies and everything else, and whatever it takes. The ends justify the means. That's just a very that society. Just I guess I should just stop right there because the words that I have are probably not good for the space, but it's something that I'm praying. It really is.
Thanks, Casey. I agree with what you've said, right? I just think that we're all on, it's what Johnny said, right? We're all on our own journeys here, and we all have to try to maneuver this with, like, I can't imagine, it's like, I don't want to hear the word trauma and PTSD in the West anymore. Do you know what I mean? Oh, so a dog ran over and they've been in trauma. Like, get the hell out of here. Do you know what you have done to the Palestinians, and you've made them watch live stream? I don't care if someone's freaking dogs got run over and they've got trauma. Deal with it. Like, I'm at that stage where I just think the West is hypocritical in everything that it does. Everything. The anger is there, but in that anger, it's what Brother Ziad said. I don't want to become them for a date. And I think we have to just keep that alive and not celebrate death, because do you know what? That's what they do. They celebrate death. Brother Ziad, please jump in, and then I'll come to you, XLX. Oh, guys, just before Brother Ziad jumps in, please can everyone share the space? Retweet it. I can see from the bottom there. We've got a lot of retweets and we've got a lot of quote tweets. Thank you to everybody who's quote tweeted it. But it is shadow banned, this space. And I understand that a lot of space are not visible anyway. So please, guys, if you have quote tweeted it, quote tweet it again and retweet it again so people know that we're live. This is a really good discussion and I think it's needed. Please, Brother Ziad, go ahead.
Thank you. Khaleesi, if it would make you feel more comfortable, I can change my PFP to Burnett or something, and act like I'm a chick also.
You can't pretend.
Suleiman would disown you. He doesn't even like chicks on the platform. He's quite happy with the testosterone.
But listen, sometimes I comment. I have to. It's a confession that I'm making. Sometimes I comment in a hard way, and that's basically to spite the one that is posting. So it's not done out of hate. It's really done just to piss off the one that
It's
is
trolling,
posting.
it's trolling, it's trolling,
Yeah,
right? That's all
so,
it is.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. But I wanted to say one thing when Johnny was speaking, and in my head, I'm comparing how Johnny talked and comparing that to Matt, the child killer on the other space, and look at the difference between the two. You know how they're talking. You know how they're describing their experience. It's like black and white. Johnny mentioned something about how they're raising their kids, the Zionists, and my kids are grown up now. But as a responsible parent, I like to think myself as a wise one. I did not raise my children to hate or to be afraid, and for their own sake, imagine, your kid goes through his life, feeling that he's threatened or she's threatened. That's really not a good way to bring up your kids. But one last thing I want to say. You guys all know Mandela. He's my hero. But Mandela basically he refused to hate his jailers, and it's not for the sake of his jailers, but he did it for his own sake. He didn't want to replace his bricks and mortar prison with a more permanent mental prison. So he kept his humanity alive and just basically refused to be a prisoner. Thank you.
Great example. Absolutely fantastic example. You're right. If you read his autobiography, he even took some of the people who persecuted him in his first government as ministers, who'd made the decisions against him. So yeah, very good example, because he said South Africa would never heal without that. XLX, let me go to you, and then I go to Casey. XLX, thanks for waiting. Jump in.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for this space, and thank you for giving this opportunity to me to speak in your space. Actually, I am an Iranian woman who lives in Iran, and I can say in Iran there are some people who support Israel because they hate the IRGC, they hate the Iranian government, and there are some people like me who support Palestine because we know the only enemy for the Iran and for Middle East is Israel. Do you hear my voice?
I do, and I'm loving what you're saying, because I haven't had an Iranian chick who actually says I dislike Israel on the platform in a long time. So please carry on, XLS. I like this.
Yes. I didn't saw lots of Iranian in your space, except some Iranian women who live outside of Iran, and most of them are Zionists. And
they're crazy, XLX. You're not like that. You're not like that. Carry on.
Yes. Actually, I hate them. It's not that I don't like them. I hate them. But I can guarantee for you that if one day Israel or America or possibly NATO attack Iran, only those Iranians who support Israel will be united together to defeat the enemy that invades our soil. Because after all, any problem that we have with our government with Iran is something like family fight. We should solve our problem inside Iran with our government. We don't need any foreign country to bomb our country. And I don't know, should I believe that America and Israel want to spend thousands of dollars to bomb Iran only to make Iranian women free so they don't wear a scarf in the street? This is a joke. This is a joke for me. I never can believe this. They don't care about us. They don't care about women everywhere in the Middle East. They hate us. They are our enemy, and I hate them. And the other thing, Khaleesi, you said we shouldn't be like them. I'm not agree with that. But when the enemy doesn't understand any language but violence, So the only choice is violence. We should kill them. We should bomb civilians. I don't accept this, that we shouldn't be like them. Actually, I'm so nervous now, I'm so angry. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize, Excellence. Look, you have every right to be angry. I think anger is the least that I would expect someone to be, and especially for somebody from Iran. You know, it's like somebody sneezes the wrong way, and it's like Iran's fault as far as America's concerned. So to be so demonized, feel so demonized and blamed for all the wrongs in the world, even though actually what Iran is doing is probably the only country that actually is supporting the resistance. I completely understand what you're saying and how you're feeling, so you don't have to apologize for that. And look, the other thing is, right, when it comes to violence, the hypocrisy of the West is just unsurmountable, because the Palestinians have been given a right under international law, right, to resist their occupation by all means necessary, including armed struggle. So they have that right. And they have to resist that occupation. In fact, I need to find the clip. Last year, I think it was in November or December, the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations actually stood in the UN just before one of the votes happened. And I think it was in November when Jordan tabled a resolution at the General Assembly for more aid to go into Gaza. And the Iranian, because they make speeches before, isn't it, before countries take the vote. And when he made his speech, he said, this house right here has given the Palestinians the right to resist by armed means if necessary. And you're just ignoring it as though it hasn't happened. But you gave it to them. Or am I wrong in that? And then it was silence, because he was right. And I did clip that. It was very good, so I'll find it. So I appreciate you, XLX. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, my thoughts, Suleiman's thoughts are with everybody in Iran at the moment. I know that, as Suleiman was saying, at this moment in time, they're having a meeting in Israel, in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, to decide as to what, when, and how, and if they will attack Iran. So it's really important, guys, to keep up to date with that. Suleiman's got his finger on the pulse, literally. He's checking the news every second. It's going to be on this space. If anything happens, we'll report it. If not, after this, when his show starts, we'll report it there. His show's going to be starting tonight. So it will be live reported there if it happens. I'll talk about the show in a second. Let me jump to Casey, and then I'll go to Nadeem and Chris. Casey, jump in.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just a couple points, because I'm looking at the title, too, of the space. This is Major Bombing in Central Beirut. And I noticed that there was, like, some sort of aid that was sent, like, it was like aid package or something, if I'm not mistaken, that was sent to Lebanon or whatever. And then I just had this feeling like, oh, my God, are we about to do this? And I'm not a prophet. I'm not putting my mouth on anybody's lives. But I'm like, is Israel trying to do this whole year thing with Lebanon, and then like, oh, we have a humanitarian crisis in Lebanon, like, because that's how, you know, mainstream America news talked about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, as if it was some hurricane that came out of it. It was nowhere that killed Palestinians, but it wasn't the Israelis though, right? Okay, but so that bothered me. I was like, oh Jesus, this has to stop, you know, it really does. And then I also want to make a point to what XLX just said. I was online, you know, today, and I saw this picture of a girl, and because I'm like a traditional girl, I saw like her chest was kind of out, and I was like, why is this person taking this obvious like thirsty shot? I'm getting to a point, right? And so the caption was, oh, this is so-and-so, she's from Iran, and Iran wanted her to force to wear her hijab, and now that she's taking her hijab off, she's a chess, a chess star. She got a trophy because she took her hijab, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, this is where we've gone to with this messaging about the hijab. You guys are not trying to save women, okay? First of all, she didn't even look proper in the picture, okay? And you just want to derail. That's it. You want a reason. It's always this so-called liberating women. What does that even mean? So, and then now, you know, they're making decisions about when, how, and are we going to bomb Iran? Like, this is how far we've gotten into this situation, and simply because they wanted to, simply because the ends justify the means. They want full control. They want to take over This is what they've always wanted. It was in the plans, and now they're trying to go full steam ahead. And I just hope something stops these people, because they're insane, rogue, and they're terrorists, and they need to be stopped.
Yeah, Casey, do you know what? It's a really good point you make, because there's footage coming out of America tonight of the police, and we've seen it throughout the year, dragging women, female protesters, literally dragging them. And it's like, you care about women's rights? Like America and the CIA care as much about Iranian women's rights as they do about Palestinian women's rights, right? Let's not get it mixed up. These are conservative women. Let them be conservative. Don't install your freaking democracy over there, because nobody wants that. I heard somebody, right, on Matt and Suleiman was there. I was in the tunnel. Do you know what? As each day goes by, I get more and more triggered to take that frigging mic. Because someone was like, and then I think we should have regime change in Iran and bring democracy. And I wanted to go up and smash him and say, what, like you did in Iraq? What is your democracy? You don't even have democracy in your own countries. We don't have democracy in the UK. Like, literally, do you have democracy in America? I don't think so. You're being dragged by your hair when you're protesting. So, yeah, no.
It's funny how, real quick, how they always do this, bring democracy. Like, who asks for regime change? Like, these people want regime change. I've heard, like, these monarchist women, I guess, from Iran, they all hate me when they come on Spaces, but they're like, oh, we need change, help in Iran. And I'm like, you guys are asking Americans to come in and regime change. Do you not understand the other side of that? Like, who asked for this? They love bringing this illusion of democracy. This is not a democracy. You're right, Khaleesi.
Welcome, Myron. Thanks for joining, girls. Myron, I don't know if you've been following what's happening today. Have you? I don't know if he's with us. Okay, maybe he's busy. Let's go to Nadeem. Nadeem, jump in.
Thank you, Khaleesi. Yeah, just to tie up what XLX was saying earlier, that's to set the sentiment, right? So here in the West, or maybe in Europe as well, in the United States and Europe, you'll get the fake news media, which will just regurgitate whatever the government or the Israelis want reported about what's going on the ground over there. But outside of that area, people for a year now have been seeing dead women, children, elderly, innocent lives lost for an entire year, from Gaza to the West Bank and now in Lebanon as well. And don't even forget about Syria and Iraq. They've been bombing there as well as Yemen. So people are very enraged. People are very emotional about what's been going on. And the people of the region in the Middle East have been calling for some kind of intervention on their governments. It's suppressed, like we see in Egypt or in Jordan, but people are very angry and they're fed up with what's going on. And then to go back to what Casey was saying with how they keep saying they care about Iranian women and all this and all that. It's BS, just to simplify it. And Myron knows best. They say all these things, and then look at the society that they have in the West. They have a lot of problems when it comes to women and men and relationship status and all this and all that. It's a very serious problem. And if you were to take a poll of some kind, most people will say, I'd rather have a traditional man or a traditional woman, and that way I could build a nice family and a nice life together, right? So they keep saying these things. Meanwhile, all it is them trying to impose their ideas onto others, which reject it. It doesn't work. What works, for example, in the United States might not work in China. What works in China might not work in South Africa. It doesn't all have to be copy-pasted. And that's why the people of the region will reject it. And as for the liars, right, that you said, the monarchists, Casey, that might come on Space and say, oh, we want regime change and all this and all that, even though they might not even be in Iran. Remember, leading up to the war in Iraq, they brought in that girl that said she saw chemical weapons and babies in incubators and all this and all that. And then we found out that she was a liar. And not only was she a liar, but she was also the Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter. All right, so paid actor, straight up. So not only did they lie about weapons of mass destruction, they even brought in paid actors to the United Nations to sit there and lie to the entire world. And then, even though Saddam is dead, more than a decade later, there are still U.S. troops in Iraq, and they cannot explain that to themselves, they cannot explain that to their own people, and they cannot explain that to the world.
Appreciate that, Nadeem. I just want to welcome Myron in. Myron, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Hey, what's up, man? Was walking my dog and I saw, and I hate to rehash or ask this since you guys probably already discussed this. So, when did this bombing happen? They bombed central Beirut again?
Well, this is different because before they were basically bombing they were bombing the, what do you call it again? They were bombing the suburbs of Beirut. This time they've bombed central Beirut. This is like an affluent area. It's not a Shia area. It's an area which is diverse of Sunni, Shia, Muslims, Christians. Highly affluent area as well. Like a lot of rich people live there. And yeah,
So
they
they
bombed
basically
it.
bombed like a Manhattan of Beirut.
Exactly. They bomb like a very rich area. So that says a lot. And I think my personal belief is the reason they did that, because they claim afterwards, oh, we went for this Hezbollah operative or that, and then it doesn't always be the case. And today it definitely wasn't. Is because they were getting dominated so badly on the ground. They lost a lot of lives today in Ras Al Qurun. They basically had 60 people got taken out. Some of them died, some of them were injured. 5 Merkava tanks were taken out. When they went in to basically save them, they took them out as well. So they got a massive embarrassment today. So I think their response was to like, we're just going to bomb your city and kill your civilians.
Let me ask you this, Suleiman, because someone, I don't know who it was, maybe it was, it was a YouTuber. I've worked with him before. I just can't bring the name of him in my head now. But he was saying that Hezbollah apparently is trying to ask for a ceasefire or something like that. Is that true, or that's just speculation, rumor?
Nah, that's fake news. I mean, Hezbollah wanted a ceasefire before the killing of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. And Hezbollah wanted a ceasefire. All of them did. Hezbollah, Iran, they were all in congruency that they wanted a ceasefire. And what the ceasefire is, not for themselves, actually in Gaza they wanted a ceasefire. And part of the reason, remember, many of us were like, oh my God, they've not responded to Ismail Haniya's death. Like, come on, you got to do something. Well, apparently they put the Palestinian people first over their reputation, because what they did is they decided that they're not going to respond for Gaza, and because of the genocide that's happened in Gaza, and there'll be a ceasefire. And then as soon as the Israelis basically went and killed Hassan Nasrallah and continued bombing Gaza and didn't do the ceasefire, they realized that basically they were lying, and then that's why it's been escalated.
Gotcha. Because the way he phrased it is he was saying that they want a ceasefire now, like apparently because they're getting beat up on the ground. But I was like, I don't know if that's real news. So do we have like casualty numbers at all? I know you said 60 got killed yesterday, that's an insane number. I think that's more
60,
than they.
Sorry, not 60 got killed. It was 60 basically got taken out. So how many actually died? We don't know the exact figure. I believe I read somewhere there was about 28 of them, but again, we need to just verify that. But 60 got casualties, so 60 dead or injured.
Gotcha. So basically, they got taken out as in like they can't. They're injured to a point where they can't fight anymore.
Exactly.
Okay. Do we know the total number of like dead on both sides? I know they've been keeping it close to their chest. Like I feel like I asked everybody, and no one like has a real number, because both the IDF and Hezbollah are keeping it close to their chest. But
Yeah.
So
to be perfectly honest, just like in Russia and Ukraine, we'll never know the true figure, because both sides will try to minimize their own casualties and maximize the other people's casualties. We found that in Russia and Ukraine, when we start basically exposing the real like numbers of Ukrainians, like it was a lot higher than what they were ever claiming. It's going to be the same here. So according to Hezbollah, if you look at all the different statements they've said, their figures add up to about 400 Israelis, 300 to 400 Israelis that have been killed. I'd say close to 300 Israelis that have been killed. Israelis themselves, their claim is closer to like 20 or 30. When it comes to Hezbollah again claim that their figures are very, very low in terms of being killed, in again about 5 to 10, depending on which outlets. Like 5 to 15 would depend on what outlets. According to Israeli figures, they say Hezbollah numbers are about 250. So those are like the different positions.
Yeah, it's like drastic. So it's like you can't even like come and meet in the middle ground somewhere because their numbers are so drastic.
Yeah, for sure.
But we do know that, I guess, we do know that the ground assault isn't going, I guess, as planned for Israel. It's not. They're not like moving as fast or being as dominant as they thought they would be.
Oh no, they get on the ground. The figures we don't know. On the ground, we know they're getting whacked like really badly. Like, I don't know how to say more than like they're getting dominated more than even I thought they would be. Like I thought they would get dominated. But I thought it's going to be like, it's going to take time. It's going to be like, you know, they're going to make certain wins. And you know how it is in Russia, Ukraine. They'll have some kind of acceleration, and then there'll be some kind of offensive from the other side, and so on and so forth. So I didn't think it would be like how it is up to now. Up to now, it's a complete domination by Hezbollah. And I remember, this is coming from someone who wasn't like everybody else. You know, when Israel went into Hamas, a lot of people who on other spaces were like, "Oh my God, Hamas are destroying Israel. Like Hamas are like absolutely obliterating them." And we never said that, right? Because I didn't believe that was the case. I was 50-50 on it because I wasn't sure. I didn't like literally say whether it was or not. I did see certain non-Western news and non-Arab news claiming that basically Hamas were dominating. But then I didn't take that as a given because I wasn't sure about it, and it didn't make sense to me when you were looking at the level of movement that was happening by Israel. That was the case. But this time, like I have said, like Hezbollah is dominating on the ground. I feel like I'm right about this in terms of when you look at what's happening in Marul and Ras, when you look at what's happening in Ras Al Qurun, you look at what's happening in Yarun. Like there's like massive domination by Hezbollah. Israel's not been able to penetrate. So they've just been literally going on the outskirts. There was a situation where they put off their flag out for propaganda, and then when we looked into it, they were on the outskirts of Marun and Ras. They hadn't actually got in there.
Gotcha. So you know that they're not winning the ground assault based off of their limited movement into the country. That they're probably more than likely. We don't even have to say losing, but they're not taking territory. Which, you know, obviously with that, you're like, okay, clearly if they're not taking territory, they're not advancing or being as successful as they hoped.
Yeah, they're doing much worse than we thought. Because I actually thought they would take some territory by now. I actually thought they would be like have got in a bit, because you know how it is in warfare. Like you defend a certain land, you cause casualties to the other side. That side then, up to a certain point, if it's not an important area, they'll start taking some of that land. But then you're basically retreating slightly, and then you're fighting from different angles and so on and so forth. And there's like a war of attrition. But the fact that they've literally not been able to get in at all shows the level of domination that's happening.
Yeah, but there's a reason for that, guys. You know, that entire specific blue line area, right, is literally all valleys, right? It's literally all valleys. Everywhere they try to enter, and we know there's tunnels along that border. Everywhere they try to enter, they keep getting spotted, they keep getting flanked, they keep getting blown to pieces, and that's what we keep saying. And as for that picture that you were mentioning, Myron, that's literally like under 10 kilometers from the border. It's insane.
Nadim, may I jump in here and get your opinion on this? In 1982, quote-unquote Israel, IDF, it took them like maybe 7 days to reach Beirut. Now, it's after 10 days of trying and trying, they cannot accomplish a 500 meter. Why is that? What's the difference between 1982 and now?
So,
well, the biggest difference, yeah, in my opinion, and you can you know, state your opinion, but in my opinion, I know it might sound crazy, but in my opinion, the Lebanese are more united now than they have ever been than in 1982, in my opinion. And this is exactly why these people cannot, I mean, these criminals cannot enter, you know, into Lebanon. And plus, the resistance is much stronger now and much larger. Do you agree, Nadim?
100%. So the way that went down is they tried in 73, and then they tried again in 79, and then at the peak of the Civil War, which was fomented by Western meddling in the country, at the peak of the Civil War in Lebanon, that's when they saw an opportunity and they went in. And you know, there was the Phalangists. They supported the Israelis and the Western coalition that was on the ground in Lebanon. And then that's when things started to take a turn. It was realized that, you know, something needed to be done on the ground, and that's when things started moving on the ground in Beirut, and then all the way up, pushing them back up until 2000, where they moved from Lebanese territory.
Yeah, but don't even go that far. Don't go to 1982. Just compare to 2006, and you'd see that even like 10 days in 2006, they were fighting in Bint Jbeil. Right now, they've made what 500, 700 meters. So it's to answer your questions. In my opinion, it's a mix. Like you said, yes, there's unity. You always hear the stupid voices that come on spaces and say no, 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 whatever. There's unity and there's preparation as well. There's experience that Hezbollah got in every country that they had the chance to be in, for whatever reason, agree or don't agree. They got military experience that's equal to holding back an army. And when you're on the defense side, specifically in that region, it's their area. Like, people need to understand who are not from Lebanon or who are not aware of what's happening. This is their homes. They're not fighting, like, they're not coming even from the north of the country to fight in the south. This is exactly their towns, their homes. They're not an army. They're not getting paid to do that. They might have their own payment system, different story. But this is their last line of defense. So equated to being in the US, right? And you're from, I don't know, Texas, and someone knocks on your door, this is your last resort. You don't have anywhere else to go. So it's fighting to death versus being the TikTok army or the genocidal rogue TikTok army, to put it in a more accurate way. So the deeper they go, the worse it's gonna get for them. And you have to also keep in mind, technology has changed since '82. Defense used to be based on mortars and small cannons per se. Compared to now, we're talking about missiles that go 60, 70, 80 kilometers deep. So that's where I laugh at the theory of trying to push Hezbollah all the way to the Litani. We're talking about rockets that came from Iran, which was 1,300 kilometers away. So technology has changed. It's a bullshit story. And Khaleesi had a wonderful, wonderful tweet yesterday, where she mentioned the 3 or 6 gas fields that were signed with Israel that are facing Gaza. So for them, this is a twofold war. It's grab land and grab resources, and the West is funding it because of all the resources that are in the Mediterranean. So we've got the gas in Lebanon, the gas facing Gaza, and the gas that's facing what's known today as Israel. And they're trying to grab all of it. So they're trying to weasel out also of the deal with the maritime deal that was done with Lebanon and Total, and to try and grab that whole gas field.
Thanks, Chris. You know what? While you were talking, I just remembered that freaking port that blew up in Lebanon a few years ago. The first and only name that ever came in my mind when that port blew up was Israel. Nobody did anything about it. And the only people that gained from it was Israel. And it's just forgotten about. No international inquiries. A whole frigging port just went up in smoke. Go ahead, brother.
You know,
Yeah, go on, Chris.
Sorry to interrupt you, Khaleesi, but the Lebanese government actually requested satellite imagery before and after the explosion, and they were denied that imagery. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. There's nothing proven yet. We don't know who it was until we have an independent investigation, but I do agree with you. That was like a very weird, big question mark. And we've seen Lebanon getting destroyed piece by piece. So they went after the port, they went after the financial system. It's been a piece by piece degradation for Lebanon to put us in a corner until this moment. But what they don't understand is we have nowhere else as Lebanese to go. As I said before, I'm in the US. I wish I was in Lebanon. I wasn't going to be fighting, but I was going to try to help and support. My family's still there. But it's sad to see, again, like voices that come out and say, Israel is going to help us get rid of Hezbollah. Israel is going to grab your land. Israel is going to kill your people. Israel is going to steal your resources. Israel is not your friend. They will never be your friend. Whether specifically if you're a Christian Lebanese, which I am, you tried them in 1982 and we saw how that ended. These are people who are land grabbers, opportunists, and genocidal. And to end it all, like, it's a rogue state. Like, what's the definition of a rogue state? It's a state that doesn't listen to UN, that doesn't abide by UN resolutions. It's a state that doesn't abide by international law. It's a state that kills other people. So for me, if they want to call North Korea a rogue state, which I might agree with, I'm 100% on the same page for Israel. They don't listen to anyone, they're doing their own thing, and the whole civilization is paying the price. It's gonna start in the Middle East. If it grows, it's gonna expand to a regional one. It'll bleed into Europe, and eventually we have on our hands another disaster in the world. So unfortunately, this is where they're taking us. And if they do strike Iran. Iran is not going to sit back and watch. Like Nadeem mentioned, or someone else mentioned, they waited in between the negotiations. Sulaiman mentioned, they did actually not respond to Haniya's assassination because they were trying to get a ceasefire in Gaza. Israel used it to kill Hassan Nasrallah, but effectively, Iran sent a very strong message to Israel. And if Israel wasn't petrified, we would have seen a response by now.
Yeah, they're having a meeting tonight. Let's see what happens. Nadeem, sorry, were you going to jump in? I want to go to Brother Ziad quickly.
Yeah, there's actually some breaking news. They're hitting Saida in Lebanon as we speak.
Sorry, what area, Nadeem?
It's called Saida.
Saida, yeah. I know Saida. I have been there, yeah. Okay. I'll just keep because I know Suleiman's just checking the news now in the background, especially with that meeting they've had in Israel in terms to how they can strike, how these warmongers can strike Iran. Let's see. Let's keep on top of it. Brother Ziad, go ahead.
Thank you, Khaleesi. Chris, Nadeem, I don't support Lebanon. Lebanon lives in my heart, and I wish your families to be safe and no harm will touch them. But you touched on a great point, Chris, which is the gas fields. And if I was in the resistance, the way I would play it, because this is a war, there are two sides benefiting from this war, which is the oil and gas industry and the military industrial complex. So what I would do is I would start threatening these gas platforms. In this way, I can turn the oil and gas against the greed, the greed of the oil and gas against the greed of the military industrial complex. Let them fight, because those are the ones that are running this war, benefiting from this war. So, I'll play on their greed, you understand? And this would be a great strategy, in my opinion.
100%. This is the sustainability of Europe. This is the sustainability of multiple countries depending on it. I strongly believe, although Hezbollah got dealt a huge blow when it came to what happened over the past, not the past, but like in the early 10 days with the pagers and all that stuff, I still think they're trying to be ethical to a certain extent, and they're trying to keep it military oriented, and surprises come along the way. If you lived the 2006 war, the first 20 days was the same stories, non-stop. And then Nasrallah went on TV and said in Arabic in his famous speech, and I invite everyone who is on this space to listen to that speech. It's the most famous 2006 war speech. He said, look into the sea, you're going to see their ship burning. Hezbollah got dealt a blow. They have to recover. They have to rebuild a certain type of structure in their military organization. And from there on, it's escalation versus escalation. Funny story, if you remember 2006, the first time they hit Haifa, Lebanese were cheering, like, oh, finally, we hit Haifa. Haifa has become the Kiryat Shmona. If you notice, the amount of rockets going into Haifa at this point, it's the new Kiryat Shmona. So objectives-wise, he's still displacing them. Hezbollah, that is, they're still displacing them. They haven't stopped the rockets. In Gaza, they haven't freed the hostages. They're still Hamas. So tell me what achievements they've done. On the other hand, if you look at the objectives that Nasrallah set as his objectives or Hezbollah's objectives before the assassination, he simply said, our objective is 2 points: stop the war in Gaza, and 2, keep your people displaced until you do it. And the people are still displaced. The war is still raging. But eventually, how long can the economy of the Israeli government continue? Something that I don't know if it was a big thing on the news. I wasn't on X at the time. The port of Eilat is actually broke. It actually went bankrupt. So how long can you sustain this type of bleeding in your economy when you consider yourself one of the greatest economies, greatest democracies, and all that story? So they're bleeding severely. I think yesterday there was a report that their loss is around $66 billion in 1 year of war, and that's bigger than their GDP combined. So once that money starts to drain and Uncle Sam decides, hey, my interests are elsewhere, how are they going to fight?
Thanks, Chris. Let me, sorry, Brother Zia, did you want to land? Because I want to go to Casey and the hands, yeah.
Just want to say one thing. So, Chris, it is you bombed our Beirut seaport. Now we'll take out your Haifa seaport. Thank you.
Absolutely. I agree with that. The Haifa seaport, I did quite a bit of research into it. And Modi, who's the Prime Minister of India, there's a lot of corrupt links as to how the Haifa seaport has been funded. Because he's a Zionist as well, by the way. And he does a Zionist playbook on minorities in India. But let me go to Casey, and then I'm going to come to you, Mohammed, because you've been waiting a long time and haven't spoken yet, and go to XLX. Yeah. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, I'll make it quick because Chris said about North Korea, and it just made me think, like, you know, they tell us all the time, they're like, North Korea has nukes and they're positioning, and this place is positioning, that place is positioning. And today it's Israel, the rogue state with that has nukes, that is bombing everybody and making all the plans. Like, it's just... it's crazy because they make you worry about everybody else who's really technically minding their own business, it feels like to me, right? Iran is the bad guy and this is the bad guy, that, and it's Israel today doing all of this. Insane.
The only democracy in the Middle East with the most humane army of the Middle East, or in the world, the most humane army. I remember last year in May or June, you might remember this, Casey, but there was, so this is well before October the 7th, Gaza was being bombed, and there was, Suleiman hosted a space on the other platform, and there was only me and Charles Johnson, right, on the pro-Palestinian side. And then there was a bunch of Zios, basically. All these people who claim to be I've been pro-Palestinian for a long time. None of them were willing to debate. Because in May or June last year, you said Israel, you were called anti-Semitic. You got a lot of hate, right? Because you're in a minority. But we didn't care. Charles didn't care anyway, and I didn't care. So we went up. And Angelina Jolie came up, and she was like, oh, but the army's won awards for the most... humane army in the world. And I was like, right, that's it. I've provided receipts for every claim I've made. I want that chick to give me receipts for that. I want her frigging to show me where they've got awards, and she has to produce the receipts. And so Mariam Suleiman asked her for the receipt, and she was like, yeah, I'll grab it. And then the conversation moved on. And then after 5 or 6 minutes, I was like, I put my hand up and I was like, I still haven't got her receipt. I want her receipt. And after all this time, I asked several times. She then, she made loads of excuses like, oh, I DM'd it to you, Mario, or I put it in the net, I put it in the chat and stuff. But I was on it. I was like, I can't see it. Where is it? Where is it? So in the end, she sent it to Mario, and it was basically a couple of paragraphs that somebody'd written. It wasn't even a journalist saying, I consider it to be a really noble army or something. And Mario was like, look, I appreciate what's going on here, but look, we have to be fact-based here. This is nonsense. And any receipts that I was providing, every time I made a point, it would be put in the nest. And they had to put it in the nest because it was so heated. Can you imagine at that time, before October the 7th, during a debate like this, you had to speak with the facts. So they put her little frigging 2 paragraphs in the nest. And she spent 6 months crying on other spaces that Mario had breached her confidentiality and her, data protection and everything and all of this because he put that in the nest. It's so ridiculous. There's no frigging moral army there, and there's not a scrap of evidence that says other than propaganda. Let me go to Mohammed. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. And first, I'd like to thank you guys for hosting this space. It's the first time for me to speak on one of these spaces. And so thank you. I'd also like to thank Suleiman for the battles he's fighting in the other space, because I was there and I came into this space with him, especially when he was talking with Hazem. I think his name was Hazem from the Department of State. And he was talking about the double standards that they have across targeting civilians. And the point that Suleiman was talking about, where he mentioned that if you have a military target that is embedded within a civilian area, you're not supposed to hit it because there are civilians there. And then the other guy, Hazem, said that, okay, but Netanyahu went into bunkers and he hid there. So the same thing can be applied to what happened with Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. He was actually in a bunker 70 meters down, and they still bombarded the whole area, destroying a couple of buildings, including the building of my uncle. Actually, he lives there. Thank God he wasn't in the house, but they destroyed the whole thing. I would like to move on to a couple of points that I had. I'm not someone who's into politics, but due to the war, I've been on X and I've seen these spaces. I didn't even know that such a thing existed before. And one thing that I want to give you a perspective from someone who's from the Shia community, which is myself. I want to give you the perspective that not all Lebanese are like James and the other guy. I don't even understand the nonsense that these guys speak. I don't even know, even think that they are in Lebanon, because most of my friends who are Christians, who are even against us, not us, against Hizb politically, they are actually with the resistance against a foreign nation that is trying to invade us. So I don't understand when when Suleiman was saying that Netanyahu is a terrorist, James was the one who's saying, "Oh, but this is propaganda." This guy killed 2,000 people of your country. Like, even if the whole world says that he's not a terrorist, you should say that he is actually a terrorist. So I really don't understand the nonsense that these guys, or the delusion that they live in, that Israel is now the good guys that are saving us from Hizb. Okay, and plus the resistance by themselves. Let's talk numbers and facts. How many Lebanese did the resistance kill? Because they keep saying that, oh, the resistance are killing those who speak against them. Why are you guys still alive if the resistance is targeting you? Because you guys are like the speakers of all of these Zionist entities, and no one is coming near you. No one even cares what you guys say, because they are like okay, X sometimes show that these people are like a lot, but on the ground, people are helping each other. People are supporting each other, whether it's financially, whether it's there are a lot of Lebanese youngsters who are just grouping together from every single religion, and they are just going into schools, spreading food and other kind of stuff. Now, I want to move on to a couple of points. The other point of the South, because I'm from the South, and one thing about the South is that in every invasion that happened, or in every attack that happened on the South, the people who defend the South or the border are the people, as mentioned by Chris, the people from the South. Like, when you say the resistance, they're not some people who came from Mars and are starting to defend the border or their own towns. These are actually people who lived there and got armed, because our military cannot be armed. The Lebanese army, they keep saying, okay, the Lebanese army can defend the borders, and every single Lebanese person loves the army. Everyone loves the army. But the thing is, our army is weak. And the reason why the army is weak, not because Hezbollah is there, not because the resistance is there, it's because I think there's a breaking news, Sulaiman, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah,
You
guys,
said,
this,
side
yeah, there's breaking
was
news in
hit.
the nest. There's huge Israeli airstrikes reported on Sidon in Lebanon. I've put the tweet in the nest. Please, guys, share it and retweet it. Quote tweet it, get the news out there.
The weird thing is that my friends inside did not mention anything, and I'm checking with them, and no one's saying that there's something there. Is this like, is it 100% true? Because no one's
Yeah,
saying
it's
anything on the
confirmed.
groups. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay. So the reason why the army is not strong, one of the reasons actually, is not because the resistance there, is because the only sponsor for the Lebanese army is the United States. And what kind of weapons they give the army? They give them Wranglers and Jeeps, and while they give the Israelis F-35s. So, Hezbollah cannot even stop the US or any other entity from supporting the army. If you want to support the army, you can. And every single Lebanese person would love the army to be strong. Who wouldn't want his army to be strong in the country? But the thing is, because we don't have a strong army in the country, the resistance emerged, and it emerged back in the 90s, and then in 2000 when they kicked the Israelis, and back in 2006. So these kind of stuff, they all wrap up like it's the current situation in Lebanon, and more on the point of what they are currently doing is that every time they want to bomb an area, they would just create a cover story for it. They say, "Oh, there's this place that contains missiles, and we're just gonna bomb it. You have 10 minutes to evacuate." How can people evacuate at 12? Most of the people don't even have Twitter.
Mohammed, there's
That's
a bit
why
of
you see.
disturbance in your mic. I don't know. Does it?
Sorry.
Yeah. I think it is your headset or something. Go ahead.
Yeah. So they create this cover. So is it better now when I'm talking?
Yeah. It's better now.
Yeah. So they create this cover story that you have missiles in your rooms, and I'll just give you just a small story of what happened with me and my mother. I did a firefighting course, and I liked all the materials they gave us, so I brought myself home a fire extinguisher. It was a 7-kilo one, and I placed it in the salon. The second day I came home and I didn't find it. And I asked my mom, "Where is it?" And she's like, "Oh, I sent it to your father's warehouse or something to store it. And when we need it, we'll bring it back, because I want it to clean, and it's just there in front of me, and I don't want it there." So if my mom wouldn't accept me having a fire extinguisher, where the hell would I place a huge missile and all of these CGIs that they create that, "Oh, look, if you zoom in under this building, you will find all of these missiles." So that's what they are doing. They would create this narrative that there is a military target in this area, and then they'll bomb it. And the bigger problem is that the media currently in Lebanon, what they're doing is, okay, let's say Israel did 60 strikes in Dahi, okay? And 2 or 3 of these buildings, let's say for some reason they're a warehouse that contains weaponry. They would just stay or shed light on these warehouses that were destroyed with rockets coming out of them, and you can check these on even social media accounts like Political Pen, some Zionist entities all over. And what they would do is they are providing more credibility to the cover stories that these Israelis are pushing for to destroy our country. And that's what I wanted to say. There's one last thing about what the current people in Lebanon these are some talks within our communities of like why the Hizb are not using their big missiles, because we as far for like 18 years we kept hearing that, okay, we can do this and we can do that, and most of us really we are saying that they are either unable to, because all of the hits they got, the pager attack, all, and the sudden first 2 days bombardment and then taking out the leadership, or that they don't want to do it because you know that the Israelis, every time you hit them, they would hit 100 times harder. So if you start seeing buildings going down in Haifa as a whole building, or like Sulaiman mentioned, let's say you take out some general who is in a military, who's in some military base or even in a ministry or something, and you take him out because he's a valid target for you, because you're a terrorist and they are a terrorist for you. Maybe this will retaliate and they will destroy the downtown of Beirut, for example, even though there's nothing there except fancy buildings, but they would do it because they are terrorists. Or that there's a bigger plan and they're just waiting for them to feel like they're winning so that they push into our borders and then we fight them face to face with, because we know that they lose and ground invasions every time. And thank you. I took a lot of time from you guys.
Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Thank you.
It's your first time on our space.
Thank you, Kalisa.
No, you're welcome.
No, I'm always here on this space, but it's the first time I speak.
Yeah, first time a speaker on our space, and also you're from Lebanon, so I wanted to give you the time. I just want to say on the last point you've made, you know that word.
Kalisa, can you hear me? Just a quick one. I just want to welcome Gary to the space. Obviously, a very good friend of mine. Hope he's okay in Miami. But Gary, how you doing? How's things?
I'm not in Miami. I took off to Vegas.
Oh, bro, see, if they all knew your numerology, they wouldn't be in the hurricane, would they?
Listen, brother. I had an excuse to go, so I left. It is, but there was a tornado in Sunny Isles. There's an actual tornado in Sunny Isles, so it is what it is. Anyways, how you doing, Khaleesi? What's up, Myron? Just wanted to come into space. I'm not gonna take too much time. Just want to say happy birthday to you, my man. You single-handedly took over this goddamn app since 2022. Whether people agree with what you're saying or not, you have dominated this fucking app. Congratulations to you, brother. And I just wanted to come out here and fucking say that you deserve your flowers, my man.
I appreciate that, Gary. Much love. And yeah, Gary is I know we don't, whenever me and Gary gel together, like most of the time we're debating and having conversations. But a real stand-up guy, real honorable guy, amazing guy, and really that's why I've always got his back whenever people attack him, because I think he's a good guy.
Numerology is king. Anyways, guys, I'm not gonna take up too much time. I don't want to.
Sorry, Gary, I didn't recognize you because you changed your profile picture and your profile name together.
What am I supposed to do? I'm the only guy on Twitter that Musk hates so much that either my accounts get suspended or I'm shadow banned. I have a 100K account gone, a 60,000 account gone. I have I'm forced to use TikTok and IG because that's where I have my millions of followers. So it is what it is. But again, I don't want to derail the conversation. Much love to you, brother, and carry on, guys.
Much love to you, Gary. Thank you so much. Let me pass it back to Khaleesi.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. It's nice for you to join us. Stay with us. I actually wanted to say on that point that you were talking about, Mohammed, about terrorist, and every time the West, as in if the UK and America or Israel say they're a terrorist, I automatically think, okay, I just don't know. I just think because they labeled Nelson Mandela a terrorist, the ANC a terrorist. It just makes me very suspicious. Do you know what I mean? They lie about everything. You can't take their word for it. So let me move on because we've got other hands up. I know Elma has just joined us and hasn't spoken. Let me go to Elma, then I'll come back up to you, Brother Ziad. Go ahead, Elma.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, excellent. This is my first time speaking ever, but I've been listening to you guys for a very long time, and kudos to you for everything you're doing. I can only give you my perspective as somebody who lived in Sarajevo during the war in Bosnia, and the same tactic has been used that is now used in Gaza, where there's no food, there's no electricity, there's no water. You get in line for water to be shot by snipers and to be bombed. But that made me realize one very important thing, that saying is true, that no matter what force is attacking you, as long as you know what is it and who is it you're defending. And I really believe that, truth will prevail. That's all I was going to say.
Thank you so much, Alma. I've actually been to Bosnia and spoken to people who survived that genocide. The same people who've got blood on their hands now ultimately had blood on their hands at that time as well. So yeah, Bosnia has a very special place in my heart and the Bosnian people. Brother Ziad, if you don't mind, there's a couple of chicks waiting. Can I go to them quickly and then I'm going to come straight to you? Awesome. Always a gentleman. Go ahead, Casey, then I'm coming to you, XLX.
Yeah, thank you, Khaleesi. I'll make it quick again. I didn't know it was Suli's birthday today, and I'm not gonna make a huge deal out of it because I don't think he's that type of person. But I will say happy birthday, and I am grateful that I've been able to meet you and connect with you in my life. You've definitely been a positive impact. So thank you for all you do.
Appreciate that, Casey. Thank you for your kind words.
He's so chill. I kind of want him to be arrogant today.
He'll take that as a compliment. Casey.
I've been teaching Suleiman humility.
That's so funny, Gary.
Bro, what are you talking about? When I'm
I
with
was gonna
you, I'm
say.
literally, I learned the opposite of humility. Like, king of numerology, king of the world. No, I'm literally like, I'm king of everything, bro. I'm in a 28-year con to you, so like, I'm a full-on takeover.
Shalom Shabbat, my dude.
Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. I wanted to say that one of the most important things that Israel and United States of America have focused on in last few months was the changing the regime in Iran. And the Mossad and the CIA have chosen the next leader of Iran. I think you know him, the crown called Reza Pahlavi. Do you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The Reza Pahlavi, I want to tell you, he was the crowns that he traveled to Israel and he kissed the Jerusalem wall, and he's absolutely Zionist. And I can tell you that many Iranians don't love him and don't want him as the next leader of Iran. But the propaganda, the Israeli propaganda, the West propaganda shows that Iranian people want him and love him as the next king of Iran, while this is absolutely lie and we don't want him. And if West can succeed to change the regime of Iran and bring this crown prince to Iran as a next leader of Iran, I can say that Iranians should live under the boots of America and Zionists. And the other thing is that I myself, I'm not the fan of IRGC for many reasons, and I don't want to talk about the reasons because I think at this point we should be united to defeat Zionism. After that, we can solve our problem with our government. The other reason that some Iranians support Israel is that they're brainwashed. I don't know if you heard about the Zionist channel called Iran International. Iran International is a Zionist channel, works for Israel, funded by Wahhabis of Saudi. They brainwashed people of Iran. This channel works non-stop, 24 hours every day, and talk about Israel like IDF is the army of God, and IDF is killing terrorists in Gaza, and they never talk about slaughtering civilians in Lebanon and Gaza. Even my family members, my mother, my father, my sisters, they don't know that IDF is killing civilians in Gaza and Lebanon. And when I tell them, when I show them the picture of kids that Israel killed in Gaza and Lebanon, they don't believe it. They say, no, it's impossible. IDF is killing only Hamas, only terrorists. They're brainwashed by this Israeli propaganda channel in Iran. And one of the biggest lies that they use in Iran to brainwash Iranian is that when 4 or 5 years ago we had a riot in Iran against the government for Mahsa Amini. I think you know her name. This Israeli propaganda says that government of Iran used Hamas and Hezbollah soldiers to beat and arrest Iranian people. This is why some Iranians don't like Hamas and Hezbollah. They say they were in Iran to beat us, to arrest us. And I know this is a lie, but they believed this lie. And the other thing that I wanted to say, Suleiman, happy birthday to you. And Suleiman Khalisi, we love you in south of Iran. I don't know about other parts of Iran, but in south of Iran, we love you so much. You are literally, both of you, you are freedom fighters. You expose the lies of Zionists, and thank you for this.
Thanks for that. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much, XLX. That was so sweet. Thank you for your nice words. Suleiman's just being really, like, I don't know, maybe because it's his birthday, he's just being a bit like, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Like, Suleiman, show a bit of softness.
The other thing, I'm sorry. I wanted to say another thing. Actually, I was in your space some days ago with another account. It was my main account, and I couldn't speak when you allowed me to speak. And I know I shied. It's talking to 1,000 people in the space was very hard for me, and I was nervous. And with
Hang
those
on. Does your
anxieties,
other account begin with H? The letter H?
yes, hell yeah,
You're
yes,
the
yes.
chick that always comes up, and I'm like, this chick never speaks. I'm booting her, right?
Yes, I was shy. I'm so sorry. I was shy.
No, at
So.
least I know who it is, because I was thinking, who is this chick with an AI pic pretending to be Iranian coming on our platform, never speaking? I'm never letting her up. I'm so glad you said who you were.
Yes. So I had to use another account to prove that I'm not a Zionist. It was a big insult for me that you thought I'm a
so
Zionist.
sorry. You know what it is,
Yes, please stop insulting our fans.
He's only saying
Stand
that
with you.
He's only saying that because I said he should be nicer when people are wishing him happy birthday. Look, you know what it is? People do come up, take the mic, don't say anything, try to make sure that they keep a spot. So after 2 or 3 times, now we just jump to that conclusion. So my apologies, XLX, and you are always welcome back in your original profile. And thank you for being with us and speaking.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, you know, when October 7 happened 1 year ago, I was one of the persons that said why Palestinians did this, why they did this terroristic attack, because we were brainwashed by the Israeli propaganda that I told you. But when I started using X and I checked your profile, I realized why Palestinians had to do this to break the prison that they had for 76 years. The question that I was asking myself that why Hamas was patient all of these years and didn't attack Israel sooner.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, LXX. Let me go to, Brother Ziad. Thank you so much, XLX. You can stay with us. And let's start discussion. Go ahead, Brother Ziad.
Khaleesi, now you have a super memory, or you should work for like an intelligence agency. You know, remember?
She was going
Remember
after her on another, Ziad. She was going after her in another space. I remember it clearly. Like, there's this chick, and she just remembered now, and this was the most epic. Like, I was laughing. I swear I was laughing because she went after, like, hey, if you come here and ask for the mic and you don't talk, and she remembered it now, and it was like epic.
Oh my God, you're scary. But listen, you brought up the name and Angelina Jolie. And my question to the listeners, and it's kind of like trying to prove a point here, but I remember Angelina Jolie was crying. I mean, crying tears over the children of Darfur. That was like maybe like 15 years ago or something like that. So why isn't she crying over the Darfur children now? Did she forget about them, or did her masters basically didn't pay her to shed the tears? So that goes just to show that you know, the propaganda and the bullshit that we witness all the time. But Mohammed, my brother Mohammed from Lebanon, listen, you mentioned the night they assassinated Sayyid Hassan. You said 2 buildings. Now it was like 6 buildings, and I think the number went up to 10 buildings that they took down. And that shows the level of the criminal mind. You know, I mean, taking out that many buildings, civilian buildings, just to take out one person. You know, that's immoral.
The thing is that they took off the whole compound, and that area of Dahi is really the you can call it the high end. So people who are like who fled from certain parts of Dahi, they went to that area. So they have something in them that they are a killing machine basically. That summarizes.
Yeah, but that will not win them the war. It will never win them the war. But I don't want to run parallels between, what happened that night and, for instance, what the U.S. Army did when they took out Osama bin Laden. I read the story. I read the whole thing, and basically they were very, very, very careful. Although I don't support the U.S. Army. I don't support what it did, but they were very careful about taking out civilians. And I mean the things that they have done to avoid the killing of the innocent is amazing, or was amazing. I'm sorry. But you also mentioned something about those guys and the quote unquote Lebanese. I don't even call them Lebanese, But in my opinion, I think they have the same mentality as their Zionist masters, and they look at this as an existential war, and that they can come in on the Israeli tanks. But having said that, in my opinion, I think it was the mistake of the Lebanese people. And what do I mean by that? In 2006, in 2000, when Lebanon was liberated, and they kicked the Israelis out, what did the Lebanese do? They say, okay, we pardon them. We pardon those traitors that actually formed an army, Lahad, the Lahad army, to collaborate with the Israelis. And what happened to them? They were not prosecuted. They were not, hunted down or anything. They were pardoned. And and I think those are the same people that we're seeing now. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mohammed.
It could be the case, but the thing is, there's something about Lebanon. It's there are a lot of communities in Lebanon, a lot of religions, and we all live together. Like the place where I work, we have the Sunnis, the Druze, the Shia, the atheists, the Christians, and it's just that we live in harmony. Okay, we differ politically, but we don't want to, like, whenever someone was threatening a civil war, like if you open Twitter, you would see that, oh, what the hell, Lebanon's going into a civil war. I'm talking about even in the issues that happened in 2019 when we had the economical crisis in Lebanon. People, there's a noise. Oh yeah, in 2019, when there was the economical crisis and many other things happening, and the Lebanese revolution, people are saying there might be a civil war, and if you open Twitter, you would see that. But then when I go to work and I'm talking with my colleagues or my friends, and I'm like, who's gonna fight who? Like, am I going to fight you guys? Like, we joke about it because it's never going to happen. And there was someone in the other space. I think she was saying that, oh, I'm outside Lebanon because Hezbollah has taken the country as a hostage. What the hell is she talking about? You're outside the country because our government, with the institution of the government, they are just robbing everything, whether it's the Shia or the Christian or whoever. They are just they are what do you call it? Bad politicians. They are just robbing the country, and it's the case across all religions in Lebanon, and not just one political party. I differ with the Hizb's political part because they support, let's say, some other politicians that are robbing the country, or maybe they are actually robbing the country at some point. But when it comes to resistance and resisting a foreign nation that's trying to invade our country, you just have to forget about all of these things. And once you're done with that enemy who's just killing everyone and doesn't care if there are civilians or not, and as you mentioned, the talk about bin Laden and the US, there was a guy on the other space, even I think 3 days or 4 days ago, they were talking, oh, but bin Laden was above the ground and these guys were below the ground.
I heard that.
So
I heard that, Mohammed.
yeah,
You know what? That is the space where, because
I brought it
Suleiman,
up.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you. That's why I interjected, Brother Ivy, because I just went to Brother Ziad quickly, and then I wanted to go to the hands because I've got an announcement to make, but it ended up being a long back and forth, so I interrupted. But just quickly, Brother Muhammad, I heard that. I just want to say that on that space, because Suleiman's there to moderate as well, you will hear the most lunatic of opinions, especially the women that come on there. Hilarious, like ridiculous stuff they say. It's something quite funny at times. But Brother Muhammad, let me come back to you. Let me go and welcome Brother Ivy. He usually sits, I don't know if you met Brother Ivy, but he usually lives in the tunnels and only surfaces every now and again. So now that he's up here, let me go to him quickly. Go ahead, Brother Ivy. I was going to remove the nest stuff, but since it's you, I left it. Go ahead, Brother Ivy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Sulaiman. And happy birthday to you. Sana helwa ya jamil. Happy birthday, dude. I heard a rumor I'd put in the nest. I've been in the tunnels. I have my own troubles, my own period of the troubles. But all is gonna be good. So I haven't been able to speak, but I made an exception today to sing happy birthday. So happy birthday, Suleiman, and thanks for
You know what would be really funny, Brother Ivy, is if he came now and said he didn't hear anything you said and you had to sing it all over again.
Please confirm. I will do it happily. Where is he? Where's he at?
Suleiman, where are you?
He's ready for the show. Guys, 6 p.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Palestine time. What, 12 a.m. UK?
It's now. It's in
11
a few minutes. I'm just trying to see where he is. Suleiman, where are you? Did you hear Brother Ivy? I don't know where he is.
It's a recorded space. Oh, he put it. He must be here.
Yes, guys. That tweet in the nest, he's here. He's going to come online any second. Please share it, repost it, quote tweet it, retweet it. Everyone, please. Elmo, thank you so much. Elmo, you're very quick at this. Thank you so much. Brother Ayub, thank you so much, guys. Keep going. Retweet it, share tweet it. I think he's actually started. Oh, Brother Ivy, I'm so glad. Guys, that in the nest, go there, click on it, click on that link, go there and subscribe to him. It's free to subscribe. Let's go over there. Let's move over there now. Retweet that as well, please, though, before you go, for me. Retweet that, share it. Quickly, Anne-Marie, thank you. Bing707, Sharon, P, Hafida, thank you so much, guys. Let's go over there. Quickly, and I think we're going to shut this space. And Brother Ivy, thank you so much for your wishes. I'm certain he heard it because he put this in the nest afterwards. So thank you. I'm just going to go over there myself in a second. Guys, go over there. Go onto YouTube, please. On that link in the nest, Suleiman's new show has started. He's going to be giving all the breaking news and the updated news for the day as well. So let's go over that.
Just a question. What's the nest you guys keep talking about?
Yeah, so I'll explain that. So where you see myself and Suleiman, above us, you can see a tweet.
Yeah.
That's the nest. You can pin, well, we pin tweets in there. So if you click on that tweet, I'd like you to retweet that, quote tweet it, share it, put a comment underneath it. But more importantly, I want everyone to go there. It's on, is it?
It's gone. The tweet in the nest.
Oh, do you know what? I don't know what's going on.
I see
Maybe it's wrong?
Oh, no.
I don't see it as well. Yeah, it's gone now. It was a broadcast link or something.
Yeah, it's YouTube. Oh, there it is. It's back. Guys, can you see it? Can you see it?
No.
Yeah. Retweet it, share it, and click that link. Click that YouTube link, please, and to join, because I think this space is going to end any minute now. So click on that YouTube link. Go over to YouTube. This space is going to end, but before you go, please retweet that tweet in the nest. Please share that tweet in the nest. I've just done it as well.
Khaleesi, when are you going to follow me?
Do you know what? Come on our space tomorrow and we will have that discussion, Brother Ziad. I promise you. Because you know, look at Ivy laughing, right? Because Brother Ivy always complains about that as well. So he's always in the tunnels. He's only come up today. So I'll have that conversation with you tomorrow. But guys, let's go over there. Please retweet that, quote tweet that tweet in the nest. Click on the YouTube link. Thank you so much, everyone who's retweeted it and quote tweeted it. Jab Finders, thank you. Crypto Noah, Sibi, I see all you guys. Taya, Dr. Nav, Groovio, Dude 18, Susie G. Thank you so much, Nico. Guys, quote tweet it, retweet it quickly, and press YouTube and go over to YouTube. Yeah. I will see you there in a second. We'll shut this space in a second.
Thank you and goodbye.
Yeah, so go over to YouTube. Go over to YouTube quickly. It started, guys. So go over to YouTube quickly, please. There's a link in the nest. Press that. Go over to YouTube. And I'll see you guys there in a second. I'm going to shut this space in a second. But go over to YouTube quickly, where you see myself and Suleiman. The tweet is in the nest.